Hello, beautiful people. How are you all doing today? We are Barack. We are so Barack.
You still have a special place in my heart.
I lied. We're not really Barack, but it's okay. Hello. Good morning, chat. Oh, we have overflowing mastery. Well, I don't care. Alright, chat. I took a few days off. Again, I wasn't really planning on it, but I keep just not being able to stay awake for long enough to stream. Honestly, I am still very tired. But I actually feel really bad about not streaming for a few days, so I felt like I had to stream today. No choice. Also, I need to record the KINICH pre-release. Also, I need to record the immediate post-release. I hate it here, chat. Anyways, how have you guys been? Any interesting events happened? Chat. Sad without you. True, that's understandable. I got groceries today. POG. What did you get? Anything out of the ordinary, or just whatever was cheap? I started breathing faster spontaneously. Well, I hope you were breathing too slow before. Because that would mean that you're now breathing at a normal speed. Otherwise, take care of yourself. Dyed my hair today. Took 4 hours. You have long hair? I've never dyed my hair. I've thought about it, but I don't think I'd look good. When I was young, I was blonde. And then I just started, I don't know. I started not being blonde anymore. Excuse me, what? Yeah, like, I used to be, like, very light blonde. Get frosted tips? Man. And you started using your braid? Yeah, honestly, maybe the color in my hair was fuel, and I used it all up in school, and now I'm just empty. And now I can't think. And that's why I play Genshin Impact. That's probably it. More info on Artifact Selector? Yeah, we'll talk about that for sure. Also, chat, I'm starting to run out of bad isekai to watch. Ow, bro, I went to the fantasy tab and I clicked on anything that had a premise that looked even remotely interesting, and I'm now up at the 16th hundred like the 16th page of 100 shows, and I'm at the point where everything looks like ass. Watch My Dear Friend, but it hasn't finished airing. I like binging shows. I don't like watching them week to week. Vending Machine Isekai, I watched that. It was kind of funny. I didn't hate it, honestly. It's so good. I wouldn't call it so good. Watch Isekai. I watched the smartphone one as well. Bro, those are surface level. Maybe those villainous ones. I've watched every single one of them. Like, I don't. When I tell you I'm starting to run out, I mean it. All right, I am really running out. Maybe get a job. True. Campfire cooking? Yep, watch that. You tried Trapped in a Dating Sim? Let me check. The title doesn't tell me anything, but if it's a 12-episode show, I might just not remember the title. Yes, I have. I have watched that, yeah. Why are you doing this to yourself? I'm, like, bored beyond comprehension. You need a new hobby? I probably do, yeah.
Another reason not. Did I scare you?
Wait, did I not let it cook long enough? Oh, man. I thought I had both of them, but I guess not. Oh, it is what it is. Aren't all isekai harem moe? I mean, no, but there is a lot of that, yeah. The best ones are not that, though. One that I... Bookworm Isekai? Yeah, Bookworm Isekai was pretty good. I liked it. One show that actually, like, really surprised me at how pleasant it was to watch, which isn't actually an isekai, but it's got kind of the same vibe, is, fuck, what was it called? How Raylina Found Her Way to the Count, or something. I did not expect it to be as pleasant of a watch as it was. I reincarnated as a pav weapon. True. Definitely doesn't sound too pleasant to watch. Basically, it's about a girl who's stuck in a time loop thingy, where basically when she she basically got a save point in her life when her fiance broke off their engagement. And if she dies, she goes back to that save point. And it's the... Wait, no. That's the wrong one. Dude, I've watched too many, man. Fuck, which one was it? Fuck! Dude, their names are mixing up in my mind. Okay, whatever, I give up. How do you get 122k per ley line? At AR60, adventure rank experience is converted to Mora. You get 2,000, or you get 1,000 Mora for each, each thingy. Each 20 Mora you spend, or each 20 resin you spend. You enjoyed that one? It falls under the genre of otome isekai. Yeah, I've watched all of those as well. Like, unironically, I think as a general rule, otome isekai tends to be better than just non-otome isekai. If you take like the average quality of every single show in the genre, maybe you're just a woman. No, it's just I don't know how to explain this. It feels like they just put in more effort into making the story interesting. What's otome isekai? It's you like men? No, I don't think that's that. This may come as a surprise to some of you guys, but your taste in media... Yo, I got you. But yeah, maybe this is gonna come as a surprise to some of you guys, but your taste in media is not actually necessarily directly correlated to your sexuality. I know, that's fucking crazy. It's just that the isekai genre is so saturated. Yeah, like, I think generally it tends to be more enjoyable when there's a gimmick. Like, specifically the villainous isekai seems to just generally have more thought put into it. Cautious Hero was good too. Cautious Hero was okay. I rewatched it like yesterday. It wasn't as bad as I remembered it to be, but it wasn't particularly good either. I feel like the twist at the end should have been a season 2 twist, or a twist at the end of a 24 episode season 1. It felt like it just didn't have enough build up. I didn't care enough about the characters by 12 episodes in. Oh, another thing that I enjoyed a lot more than I expected to was Ragna Crimson. Dragon Slayer one, yeah. Is there a tier list for all of them? Chat, should I go through my anime list, Isekai, and tell you guys if it's worth watching or not? I'm not gonna give you rankings of how good it is, just whether or not I had an overall good time watching it. So, No Game, No Life I watched when I was a lot younger. I watched when it came out, so I was 14. So, I don't really remember. I liked it. I remember that I liked it, but I don't remember if it was good. ReZero is probably the only isekai that I can tell you you should definitely watch it, because it's actually just good. Konosuba I ended up rewatching recently. It doesn't live up. It doesn't live up to my memories of it when I watched it when it first came out. It can be a fun watch, but there's like 3 sex jokes that they just repeat over and over and over and over. And it gets really tedious at some point. Thank you. And thank you for the 13 months. But yeah, I think the comedy outside of the sex jokes is actually pretty funny. But their sex jokes are basically just haha sex. And it gets pretty repetitive. Overlord, I would say Overlord was a somewhat pleasant watch. Overlord has the best OPs. That's honestly fair. You know, I've watched like over 100 shows in the past few weeks. And Overlord probably has like the top 4 best openings for all 4 seasons. Like they're all just so good. You check out Wistoria. It's still airing, right? I'm gonna wait for it to be done airing. That's cap. What do you mean over 100 in a couple weeks? I mean, I'll tell you guys what I watched in these last few weeks. I rewatched ReZero, I rewatched Konosuba, I rewatched Overlord, and watched the seasons I hadn't watched yet. I didn't watch this garbage. You shouldn't watch it either. I rewatched Slime. I watched Mushoku Tensei. I didn't actually watch this one because the premise just doesn't appeal to me. I watched this. It was not very good. I watched this. I rewatched this actually. It was also not very good. I watched this. I watched this. I watched this. Actually, this is the latest one I watched. I watched that. I watched that last night and this morning. It was. Wait, no, this one was. No, this is not the latest one I watched. This is the one I watched last night. But I watched another one after. KINICH pre-release day. Yeah, but I'm not gonna fucking do that 20 minutes into the stream. You know, we gotta stall a little bit. I watched Smartphone. I watched this, whatever the fuck that is. I watched this. I watched Iruma-kun. I watched this. I watched this. Technically, I rewatched this. Well, I mean, obviously, like, I'm skipping over it, but when there's a season 2, I watch that, right? So I watched this, obviously, season 2 of ReZero, blah, 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 all seasons of Overload, all that. I watched How a Realist Hero Rebuilt the King. I watched Killing Slime for 300 Years. I watched this. I watched this. Anyways, I've when I say like over 100, I'm actually honestly lowballing a little. Do you skip dialogue? I kind of do. I watch subbed, and when I'm finished reading, I fast forward 5 seconds. Which is generally overall faster than watching in 2 times speed. Anyways, getting back to whether things are worth watching or not. Slime... Honestly, I was pleasantly surprised at how much they managed to salvage the dog shit source material for seasons 2 and 3. I remember I watched Slime for the first time when it first came out, and I thought the world building was interesting, so I read ahead in the light novel, and it was fucking terrible. Like, completely dog shit. I think with what they were working with, they did a pretty good job. But season 3 is very slow. Slow enough that I could feel it, even though I was watching it in effectively faster than 2 times speed. Okay, I finally got around to watching Mushoku Tensei. I figured, you know what, I'm bored enough that I'll just watch it anyways. And I hate it even more now. It's really good. There's just something about the whole... I will make a harem of grooms that I have... of girls that I have groomed since their childhood. That doesn't sit right with me. It's just a little too far for me. I'd watch it if the show calls him out on his bullshit, but from what I've seen... Yeah, like... The show is aware that the protagonist is pathetic and often presents him in a pathetic light, but the part of him, like the part where he's grooming kids, it feels like they're not aware that's part of the pathetic bullshit. Like that's too big of a part of the problem for you to just ignore it. Premise aside, it's kind of interesting. I do think it's really funny that a significant plot point is that he gets erectile dysfunction. Like, that is funny. That is kind of funny. I will say, like, they got me. That made me laugh. Don't worry, it's not really a spoiler. What would be a spoiler is saying why he gets erectile dysfunction, but this anime is so relatable. The erectile dysfunction part, not the grooming part, please. I see. Oh. Anyways. Yeah, this was... I barely even remember it. I watched it like 2 weeks ago and I don't really remember it, so it can't have been very good. How about Grimgar? I have not actually watched this one. I should. I'll try to remember it. Are you excited for Apothecary Diaries Season 2 next year? Yes. Airfaretta is like... It's very much just, like, power fantasy, like... It's incredibly generic. It wasn't a particularly, like, it didn't stand out as particularly unpleasant, but it also wasn't good. Eminence's Shadow was awful. I don't understand why so many people thought... Whatever. Cautious Hero was decent. The Joes get a bit overdone. Yeah, they do. They do. The jokes do feel a bit overdone. But I think the biggest issue is the pacing. Wise Man's Grandchild was... I don't really have much to say about it, honestly. It was very much was just, it was there. It was okay. It didn't really stand out, but it was okay. Immensely forgettable. Yeah, but still not unpleasant. Smartphone was also incredibly forgettable, and I don't remember if it was pleasant or not. But honestly, the fact that it was forgettable is good, because that means I can rewatch it, and I'm probably not going to remember anything that happened. World's finest assassin gets reincarnated in another world. I honestly don't remember enough. Can't have been that good if I don't remember it, though. Death March of the Parallel World Rhapsody was also very forgettable. I don't know if Iruma-kun should be classified as isekai, but I mean, I guess. He literally is in another world. I mean, it's not really another world. Like, it is, but it's not, you know? Have you watched Suppose a Kid from The Last Dungeon Boonies moved to a starter town? Yeah, I have. It's another realm of the same world. Yeah, exactly. Tsukimichi was not that bad, honestly. I mean, a lot of these shows kind of struggle with managing to have their idle conversations stay interesting when it's just the side characters simping for the main character. And this show had that issue as well, but outside of that, it wasn't bad. My next life as a villainous all routes lead to doom was actually just kind of good. I think that it's very much an instance of my anime list's audience being mostly fucking very self-conscious men that are not secure in their sexuality, that will shit on anything that is ever so slightly targeted towards women. I think in general, pretty much all of the otome shows are like 0.5 lower than they should be in terms of how good they are. Anyways, it was actually a pleasant watch, and I think I would recommend it. Yeah. This I haven't rewatched recently, so I only watched it when it came out, which was 3 years ago. I don't really remember. Sorry. How a realist hero rebuilt the kingdom was okay. It was all right. For For a gimmick isekai, I think it was definitely above average. I've been killing slimes for 300 years was okay, but pretty forgettable. Combatants will be dispatched was honestly really funny. Same author as Konosuba, really? Well, I thought it was a lot funnier than Konosuba. But I mean, that kind of makes sense. It has a similar issue of the sex jokes being very repetitive, but it feels like more of the show is other jokes. Doesn't seem to be getting a season 2 anytime soon. I don't feel like it needs it. I think I watched this, but I barely remember it. Put up Windows updates. Isekai Cheat Magician was bad. I can safely say it was bad. I would not recommend it. Ascendance of a Bookworm was quite good. Ascendance of a Bookworm is definitely one of the best isekais. And it is definitely worth a watch. Skeleton Knight in Another World I watched, but it was very forgettable. Trapped in a Dating Sim, the world of otome games is hard, is tough for mobs. Was... It was like... It was. It certainly was. It's... probably the only otome isekai that is... that does not have a target audience consisting of women. It's an otome isekai for incels. That being said, if you can get past that, it's not bad. How do you even do that? The premise is that the main character played an otome game to 100% completion reverse harem route because his sister blackmailed him into doing it for her. And then he gets reincarnated as a background character in that world. And he hates every character in the game because he thinks they're all stupid and dumb. That's the premise. So, like, I'm sure you can understand why I'm saying it's it's an otome isekai for incels. Have you watched No Longer Allowed in Another? If it's currently airing, I haven't watched it. Aren't all isekai for incels? Otome isekai is, as a general rule, targeted towards women. Because this doesn't tend to be a premise that men find themselves drawn to. Anyways. If you can get past how unlikable and judgmental and cringe the protagonist is, he is right to hate a lot of the other characters because they are really annoying. And it is fun to see the annoying characters get what's coming to them. But yeah. Or like the main focus of otome is often romance, while normal isekai just has a lot of fan service on the side of an adventure story. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. Sorry. Anyways, the Faraway Paladin was honestly alright. I'm surprised its score is this low. I thought it was alright. I thought it was definitely a lot better than a lot of the 7.1 to 7.4 garbage that's above it. But anyways, I got a cheat skill in another world and became unrivaled was very forgettable. I'm standing on 1,000,000 lives. I don't know what to think about this one, honestly. It has a lot of similar issues as a lot of the other isekai shows, but I do think that I think it's second season, emotional conflict, is actually pretty compelling. If you can get past the, yeah, kind of annoying characters and whatever at the start. I do think that the questions it raises are interesting. Reincarnated as a sword was alright. Isekai titles be like, I woke up and had breakfast and had a lot of fun until I fell into the sewer into another world. True. Real. Yeah, I think Sword Isekai was actually not bad. Like, I think it's worth a watch. It's pretty short and sweet. The Eighth Son, Are You Kidding Me, was very forgettable. Campfire cooking in another world with my absurd skill was a fun watch, honestly. It wasn't really anything extraordinary, but if you're looking for just something to pass time, I would recommend it. It was kind of fun. The Dungeon of Black Company was surprisingly good. The first few episodes were kind of slow, but I'm glad I stuck with it. I would recommend it. Reincarnated as a Genshin streamer that doesn't stream Genshin. True! By the Grace of the Gods was forgettable. Parallel World Pharmacy was forgettable. Farming Life in Another World was forgettable. Reincarnation of the Strongest Exorcist in Another World was forgettable. The Wrong Way to Use Healing Magic was honestly pretty fun. It wasn't particularly good, but it was a pretty enjoyable watch. This was forgettable, I don't even remember it. Fruit of Evolution was meh. Saint's Magic Power is Omnipotent is actually one of the very few shows that I dropped. I don't really know why. Maybe I should try to pick it back up. Because it was too slow at the start for me. Yes, sir. I'm sorry to hear that. You got this, POG. The Master of Ragnarok and Blesser of Einherjar. This is the latest one I watched. It was not great. Didn't I say to make my abilities average in the next life? I was very forgettable. I don't really remember it. Magical Revolution of the Reincarnated Princess, whatever, also very forgettable. I'm the Villainous, so I'm taming the final boss. Was probably below average for an otome isekai, which I would say is still above average for an isekai as a whole. Is there a particular reason you're watching all these for? I'm bored. That's pretty much it. Things like this can be interesting to watch, even if it's bad, just because of the premise. It tickles my brain just right to, like, think about the premise and be like, huh, this is kind of cool. I wonder what I would do if I was in their position. I would probably die. I usually like watching ones where the MC gets stronger in an interesting way. I think the ones I tend to like the most are the ones where the MC is not someone who is particularly strong. Power fantasy can be fun, but I don't think it tends to generally be as interesting because the conflict is too straightforward. It's just like, enemy strong, me stronger. Bonk. I think that's part of why otome isekai tends to be more fun to watch for me, because they actually have a story. Anyways, Handyman Saito in Another World was actually pretty pleasant to watch. It was relatively forgettable, but I do remember that it was fun. Aristocrats' otherworldly adventure serving gods in another world was fine. In the Land of Lidale was fine. Otome Isekai is a different type of wish fulfillment. Yes and no. I feel like if there's no twist to it, then sure. But I feel like most of them do have a twist to it, right? Like, the villainous all routes lead to doom is not... Its premise is an otome isekai, but it's not about the otome, you know? Like, it's... I don't know. I'm taking a day off from working out. I'm like sore all over. You take one day off and then you lose it? No. I did too much yesterday. I did pretty much every muscle group, which means that everything is sore today, and it's better to just rest. Anyways, Executioner and her way of life was very forgettable. Am I actually the strongest was very forgettable. Chilling in another world with my level 2 super cheat powers was very forgettable. Oh yeah, why Aureliana ended up at the Duke's Mansion was very good. It is not the one I was thinking about when I talked about it earlier. But it was still... This one was also good. Because there were two that I was thinking about that had the same vibe that were both pretty good. Which one did you mean? It's 7th time loop thingy. It's not an isekai. But... this one. 7th time loop, the villainess enjoys a carefree life married to her worst enemy. Yeah, those were the two I was meshing together in my brain. Because they both had a similar vibe and were both good. Just listening to these titles is wearing me down, I'm sorry. Drugstore in Another World was okay, but forgettable. But yeah, like, this is another example of, like, this is technically, like, Otome Isekai, but it's not about the romance plot between, like... Yeah, this one was also, honestly, a pretty pleasant watch. Villainous level 99. Reborn as a vending machine, I now wander the dungeon was... It's a very funny premise. It was... I would not call it forgettable, but I don't know if I'd call it good either. It was alright. I think... It's honestly, like, it's tagged as a comedy. It's not really that funny. It's just that the premise is so ridiculous that it kind of is funny. Yeah, it's a chill watch, honestly. My instant death ability is so overpowered, whatever. This was meh. Not great. She professed herself pupil of the wise men. That's the latest one I watched, I think. Is it? It's one of the latest ones I watched. It was meh. It was meh. It was okay, but meh. Re-Monster was not very good. My unique skill makes me OP even at level 1 was not very good. As a reincarnated aristocrat, I'll use my appraisal skill, blah blah blah. Was okay. I'm in love with the villainess was honestly pretty funny. I would recommend it. It is really funny. He's watched, so yeah. Lesbians, gay people, yeah. But yeah, it was really funny. Right, this one. The Great Cleric was okay. Very forgettable. I had to reread the whole thing to be like, oh yeah, that one. My one-hit kill sister is something that I dropped after a couple episodes. Again, I don't drop things very often. When I drop something, it's usually either because the first few episodes are incredibly boring, or just uncomfortable to watch. This was the latter. It was uncomfortable to watch. The new gate was very forgettable. The weakest tamer began a journey to pick up trash was honestly quite good. I would recommend it. How much anime do you watch? Too much. We're not even close to done. This is only the stuff that falls under Isekai. Saving 80,000 gold in another world for my retirement was surprisingly decent. I liked it. I thought it was POG. Fuck is the full title for this again? Right. The most heretical last boss queen from villainous to savior. Was alright. Somewhat forgettable, but alright. Sweet Reincarnation was also kind of forgettable, but also kind of funny. I didn't hate it. Yeah, now we're starting to get into stuff that's like... eh. I have not watched this, but I will. It sounds fun. I think I missed this when I was going through the list the first time around. That looks fun. Yeah, now we're just getting into the not yet aired garbage. But whatever. I shall survive using potions was fine. It was fine. It was okay. Butareba, the story of a man who turned into a pig, was... difficult to describe. Was it digestible? It was only for strong stomachs, I would say. No way you watch the entire thing. It gets tamer as it goes. But is it better than the dog one? I don't know. I haven't watched the dog one. But from what I've heard about the dog one, yeah, it's better than the dog one. You not watch it? Yeah, I don't intend on watching the dog one. It was... it was definitely weird. Okay? That's what I'll say. And I think the ending fucking sucked. But it was watchable. Yeah, we scrolled past that. Okay. Okay, I think we're getting into stuff I haven't watched now. Okay, yeah, I think... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that may be TOS. Let's stop there. Anyways. It was technically censored, but, like... yeah, my bad. Honestly, though, if Fob gets to not have his VODs nuked, then we're safe. Like... No. No, it's not very good for Femina. Anyways, okay, we can also mention a few other, I think, like, interesting outliers that are not isekai, but that are close enough in premise that I do want to talk about them quickly. This one, Endo and Kobayashi Live, the latest on Tsundere Villainous Lee's Lot. Was honestly really sweet. I think it was a pretty pleasant watch. Thoughts on Frieren? Frieren was good. Anyways. Is it time? Not yet, but soon. Filler arc? It's not a filler arc. This is interesting character development, okay? Just because what we're doing is not plot progression does not mean it's filler. There's more to a story than just the plot. Watching all those isekais has to be the opposite of development? Okay, maybe you're right, honestly. Maybe, honestly, that's fair. That's honestly completely fair. What is that? Moew Peak? Okay, we can add that. I'm down. Clappy? No. I'm not down. UI? No, I'm not down. Okay. What tropes do you look for in an isekai anime? So, I think as a general rule, I tend to enjoy it more if there's a gimmick. Because if there's a gimmick, it doesn't need to be as good to still be entertaining. Right? Like, when you do something that isn't gimmicky, it's very easy to fall into formulaic stuff that has been done many times before, and it's kind of boring. But when you do something gimmicky, your very premise kind of forces you to do things differently. West, okay, I like this one. Falls into the standard tropes, yeah. A little bit too easily. ReZero was so good in that regard. I agree. Like, part of what made ReZero so good is that its protagonist honestly just sucked. Like, both mentally and, like, in terms of power. Useless motherfucker. But that's not something that would work. That's not something that would work. If he didn't fucking come back to life, right? Like, him, like, straight up fucking dying, and the people around him straight up fucking dying, isn't something that could be used repeatedly if he didn't come back to life. Well, yeah, if you guys want another one that's, like, kind of a similar vibe. Well, it's not really a similar, but it kind of is. was watching this and I was like, this is kind of ReZero but bad. It was this one. Full Dive, the ultimate next-gen full dive RPG, is even shittier than real life. It's... The premise for this is really funny. It's not very good, but the premise is really funny. The premise is... The guy gets fucking scammed into buying an old game when he wanted to buy a new game. And he's like, well, fuck me, I just spent so much money on a shitty game. I might as well play it. And then he tries it, and it's a VR MMO that's incredibly realistic. Like, too realistic. And he accidentally kills his best friend in the starter town. And then he gets labeled a murderer. And his best friend's sister starts wanting to kill him. Isn't that the one? Yeah, it is. Where the MC needed to pee himself to not get killed. Yes, that is the one. It's kind of dumb, and it's not very good. But that's what I mean by, like, when your premise is out there enough, you don't need to be good to still be entertaining, right? It was entertaining. For sure. Like, I without a doubt, it was entertaining. Anyways, getting back to ReZero. I do think it's impressive that they manage to keep it entertaining. Like, to me, with its premise, initially I would have expected ReZero to be something that lasts, like, 2 seasons and then it's done. But honestly, I feel like it's still good after 2 seasons, and we're not even close to a resolution. I will say, I definitely am disappointed that the MC's powering up. I'm gonna try not to spoil anything, but I do think it's disappointing that he's powering up. And I think I'm worried is gonna make it worse from season 3 onwards. I haven't kept up with the light novel at all, so season 3 is gonna be insane. Trust? Alright, I will. I think so long as the enemies are still way stronger than him, it's gonna be fine. Yeah, but like, I don't like it when the whole thing is just need to use strong power to do thing. Like, I don't watch ReZero because I want to watch Shonen, you know? I watch ReZero because I want to see a loser get his ass handed to him and learn from his lessons. You know? And learn from his mistakes. And watch Mushoku Tensei? No. I don't think Mushoku Tensei tortures its MC enough. My friends recommended me Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood as the first anime for me to watch. Is it a good choice? I don't know if I like it as a recommendation for a first show, because one, it starts off pretty poorly, and two, it's relatively long. It is a good show to watch, but it also might turn you away from anime altogether if you just don't enjoy yourself at the start. Death Note is still one of the best beginner anime. I feel like the issue with Death Note is also it's a relatively long show that really falls off. I think the first show you should watch is a good self-contained 24 episode story. Of whatever genre you prefer. Parasite? I think Parasite is a pretty good starter anime, yeah. Frieren is a first? I don't know. I feel like you're gonna get disappointed by the rest. It's all downhill from there. Attack on Titan is a good thing to watch first, I think, even if it's not a 24 episode story. Mob Psycho is the correct answer? No. Mob Psycho is my favorite anime, and I don't think it's the first one you should watch. Because if you start with Mob Psycho, you have now seen the best anime has to offer, and everything else is going to be a disappointment in comparison. Blazing so hard. Okay, but it's true, though. My first was Sword Art Online. Honestly, Sword Art Online is not a bad first show to watch. I was actually thinking I kind of want to rewatch it. Because, like, it's very generic. And it does kind of fall off. But each one of its arcs has, like, a very clear... Well, maybe not each one, but at least out of the ones I've seen. Each one of its arcs has a very clear conclusion. It doesn't feel like you need to watch the next season. It doesn't really feel like a... one whole continuous story. Oh, that's a good point, Omanidu, actually. Assassination Classroom is definitely one of the best first animes to watch. That's complete. That's a very good suggestion. It's got a lot of the generic tropes, but they're executed pretty well. It's gonna give you a very nice introduction to a lot of the tropes, something to compare to, without being so good that everything else is gonna feel like ass in comparison. My first anime was Sailor Moon almost 3 decades ago. 3 decades ago, I was not even alive. That's crazy. Old chatter, true. Thoughts on Chainsaw Man and Jujutsu Kaisen? I couldn't get into both. So, Chainsaw Man I haven't watched. I read the manga when the anime was announced. And it was okay. Jujutsu Kaisen... was okay. It's like... I don't really know how to describe it. It's very... there. Like... it's very basic, I guess. I think... the biggest issue with Jujutsu Kaisen is its world building. Not, like... not the setting itself, but how the setting is established. Right? It feels like it's too... rushed into its plot to give important world building. And like... I think it suffers hard from the way shows nowadays need to be serialized. Where, like, you have to make 12 or 24 episode seasons that have an overall plot line. And I feel like... it needs more chill time, basically. They don't encounter enough weak enemies. More Naruto type of fillers. It's not that they need more filler, it's that they're basically putting Naruto and his first enemy is Orochimaru. Like, you need a Zabuza. Like, you need some somewhat weaker enemies. Because if you throw them into someone who's, like, incredibly strong at the very beginning, you don't have time to develop relationships between characters and actual things that the characters do together. Their friendships feel incredibly forced because the pacing is too fast, basically. And I don't think it's a bad show, but I do think that the pacing being how it is going to make it a lot harder to watch for a lot of people. Like, you have a one fight that establishes, hey, this girl's power is that she can use nails and shit. And then the very next fight, it's like, hey, this guy could kill you for fun, but he's just fucking with you right now. And then all the enemies after that are stronger than that one. And it's like, ugh. Ugh. Anyways, it's not that that's inherently bad, it's just that it makes it difficult to care about the characters and their relationships with one another, because it feels like they just met each other. What show are we talking about? Jujutsu Kaisen. Should watch Chainsaw Man. It's a way different experience from the manga. I might. I will, actually. Does Demon Slayer suffer from that too? No. Demon Slayer's weakness is very different. Demon Slayer is just kind of a boring plot. The issue with Demon Slayer is not its pacing, it's just that its plot is not interesting. And, like, I don't have a way to elaborate on that much more. It's just, the plot does not appeal to me. It's not something that is very interesting. I don't care about much of what's happening. Yeah. I'd say Chainsaw Man is better than both Jujutsu Kaisen and Demon Slayer from my experience with the manga, but I haven't watched the anime, so I'll take that with a grain of salt. Why don't we say that Jujutsu Kaisen animation is amazing as well, but always dunk on it? Well, I think Jujutsu Kaisen animation is not as good as Demon Slayer's animation, but more importantly, Jujutsu Kaisen's rest outside of the animation is better than Demon Slayer. When it comes to Demon Slayer, there really is not much good to say outside of, wow, the animation is really pretty. Whereas with Jujutsu Kaisen, at least there's, like, despite what I consider to be some of its big flaws when it comes to its pacing, and when it comes to its characters, I do think the plot is interesting. Right? Like, it has other good qualities. We discussed anime for almost 2 hours, Anituber arc. True. I mean, honestly, I prefer talking about stuff like that than talking about Genshin. If we're being completely honest here, I have more fun talking about this than I do talking about Genshin. So, if you guys are willing to listen to the yap, then I'm more than happy to do it. Why not both? I mean, yeah, that's what we're doing today. We're yapping for anime for as long as I have things to say, and then we'll do the KINICH pre-release. What did you think of Frieren? I think Frieren is definitely the peak of, like, adventure shows. But I also don't like adventure shows enough to say that Frieren is that great. That being said, Frieren gives me the impression that its second season will be better than its first. And there are not that many shows that give me that vibe. It feels like a lot of the things that it does in its first season serve as world building. Without it just being world building, it's just like you build your world through your story, and that gives you an incredibly solid foundation on which to build a second season. And so I really do get the vibe, like, yeah, the second season of Frieren is probably going to be really good. That being said, I think I ended up giving it an 8. I might reconsider it, honestly. The shows that I have at a 9 right now are One Outs, Attack on Titan. Well, Silent Voice is not a show, but whatever. Silent Voice. What is this? Watch okay, whatever. JoJo's Part 4, Mob Psycho Season 1, Psyche K, and Ranking of Kings. I do think if any of my 8s could be a 9, it's probably Frieren or Parasite. The thing about Parasite is I don't want to give it a 9 because it's been too long since I watched it. I'd have to rewatch it to be sure if it deserves a 9. Vinland Saga Season 1 was good, but I feel like Season 2 was so much better that I would be lying to myself if I gave Season 1 a 9. Season 1 is an 8, Season 2 is a 10. Chat, okay, I actually have a question for you guys. I have never watched Evangelion. Should I watch it? Or is it a waste of my time? You should. I'll think about it. You've watched so many isekai and you draw the line at Evangelion. It's just... I tend to be a hater for things. Especially things that are really popular. I tend to be a hater. And I don't want to watch it just to end up thinking it's kind of ass. And then making you guys angry. You know? You're a contrarian? I mean, I don't hate on popular things because they're popular. I just hate on a lot of things, and I watch more popular things than non-popular things. Which results in hating a lot of popular things. But, like, it's not, you know. Would you say Attack on Titan is a perfect anime? No. Which is why I have it at a 9, not at a 10. The only thing that is not a particular season of a show that I have at a 10 is Apothecary Diaries. I have Mob Psycho seasons 2 and 3 at a 10, but season 1 at a 9. And I have Vinland Saga as a 10 for season 2, but season 1 as an 8. Apothecary Diaries is the only show that I think deserves a 10 from beginning to end. Whereas FMEB, I don't remember if I gave it a 7. Yeah, 7. I stand by the 7. It's good. Mob Psycho is as close to perfect as possible. I do agree that, like, seasons 2 and 3 are pretty much up there, but I don't think season 1 gets it. Like, season 1 doesn't get a 10 from me. How should I approach Mob Psycho? I kind of dislike the art style, but many of my friends keep recommending it. Well, just close your eyes, I guess. I don't know. Do you use the bottom half of the scale in your rankings? Yeah, but I don't often give things below a 4. It has to be, like, particularly asked to be below a 4. Honestly, I rewatched Goblin Slayer and it's not a 2. Oh, wait, no. It's a 4. It's not as bad as I remember. First episode is a 2, but I don't think I watched it all the way through the first time around, which is why, in my mind, it was a 4. Honestly, maybe it's even a 5 as a whole. Right, the other things I have at a 5, I don't have a lot of 5s. Like SAO, yeah, I think around SAO is a pretty... I'll have to rewatch Code Geass. In my heart, I want to give it lower than a 4. But I also understand that I haven't watched it in long enough that it's not necessarily a statement I want to make. Hunter x Hunter score? I don't know if it's a 7 or an 8. I think it's an 8. Yeah, it's an 8. It's lower end of 8s or upper end of 7s. It struggles with its pacing a lot in the second half. If I were to rank them arc by arc, I think the Hunter exam arc would be an 8. The fucking whatever the city's called arc would be a 9. Chimera Ant arc would be a 6. Election arc would be an 8. But yeah, stuff that's separated by season kind of is kind of cheating, because its best season is going to be higher than what the show is going to get as a whole, right? Except Psyche K, because Psyche K is just a 9 all the way through, but... I felt pacing was good. When you say pacing issue, do you mean too slow or too fast? I mean, it can be either, but in the case of Hunter x Hunter, it was too slow. The pacing... I think the pacing was fine in most of the arcs, but the pacing in the Chimera Ant arc specifically was awful. It completely ruined Hunter x Hunter for me. I'm still giving it an 8 because I still think it's like pretty good overall. But like if Chimera Ant arc didn't exist, it would be a 9 probably. Yeah, it's too much narrator bullshit in the Ant arc, exactly. Like, from what I've heard, the pacing is not nearly as bad in the manga. So if you're a manga reader, you probably don't think that the Chimera Ant arc was bad. Because outside of its pacing, it's good. But the pacing is just so ass. But yeah, also keep in mind, like, there's a lot of shows that I would rank between 3 and 7 that I haven't ranked because I'm too lazy to. But pretty much everything that's a 10 or a 9 has been ranked. And there are 1, 2, 3. Well, if we're not including stuff that's multiple seasons, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 shows in total that have a ranking higher than Hunter x Hunter. Like, an 8 is not a bad ranking. It's just, the way I see it, things that are very good get an 8. Like, in order to be 9, it has to be outstanding. And also keep in mind, I am not attempting to rank these objectively. I'm not trying to account for my own bias. There's a reason why I have Frieren at an 8 right now. Even though I said Frieren is arguably the peak of its genre. Of like, fantasy adventure. Frieren is probably the best one out there. And I still have it at an 8. Because I'm not that big of a fan of the genre. It's my personal ranking on things based on how good I think they are and how much I enjoyed them. Right? Is Frieren in this list? Yeah, it's here. How would you rate Fairy Tail? I don't know. I haven't, like, watched Fairy Tail all the way through. I've watched Fairy Tail episodes on TV when they came. Like, when they were live when I was a kid. I haven't actually watched Fairy Tail. I actually tried to recently, but couldn't get into it. It's very the beginning of it is very dated. Naruto rating. I have Naruto at a 6 and Naruto Shippuden at a 3, I think. Yeah. And I stand by those rankings for sure. What about 86? Haven't watched it. I need to rewatch Bochi because I have it at a 7, but part of that is because when I don't remember something that well, I don't want to give it too good of a score or too bad of a score, right? For same reason I have Kogias at a 4, not at a 3 or a 2. I'll probably rewatch Bochi. I should. Because it's very possible that a 7 is too low. How would you rate Blue Lock? Probably a 5. You think you'd put Kogias lower than a 4 after a rewatch? I think it's very possible. Tokyo Ghoul is a 6. This is Tokyo Ghoul Season 1. It's separated Season 1 and Season Rude whatever thing. I have Rude at a 4. And again, Main reason why it's a 4 is because I don't want to rank things too low if it's been a really long time since I've watched them. How do you rate Bungo? Oh, yeah, I did rewatch that recently. So I could rank it. Bungo Stray Dogs is probably in the upper range of 6s. Maybe lower range of 7s. I'd have to think about it a little bit more. And refresh my mind on what I have at 7 and 6. Is that all seasons of Bungo? I watched every season in one day, so I don't remember which seasons were good and which were less good. So I'd have to rank it as a whole. You know, I think that the most frustrating part of all the isekai and adventure shows that I've watched recently is how fucking boring their magic systems are. It's like no one wants to innovate. It's always the same fucking shit. Ooh, 4 elements. Ooh. Shut up. Do something new, man. Like alchemy. I mean, okay. A lot of shows that have alchemy don't have a magic system, or rather, it's a soft magic system, and they kind of just use it to be like, yeah, let's just. I mean, we have this result, and it happened because alchemy. It doesn't feel like it's a. I don't know how to explain this. It's like, I really like power systems that are, like, well-defined, where part of the progression, part of, like, getting a better understanding of what happens in the story is understanding the limitations of the magic system, or power system, or whatever. Soft magic systems where things just happen and because magic, to me effectively just have one less element of world building. And it's not that it's necessary to have an actually, like, contained and actual, like, logically consistent magic system. It's not inherently necessary. But I like it a lot because I like having to think about the magic system. Or the power system or whatever. Like, to me, that's part of what makes Hunter x Hunter, despite its spacing issues in the Chimera arc, a very solid show, is how fun its power system is. It just really is fun. My Hero Academia is unique. I mean, yeah, but like, My Hero is not really a power system. There's no system. It's just this guy can do things because genetics. Quirks are just worse Devil Fruit. I mean, quirks are very similar to Devil Fruit, but Devil Fruits are also not an interesting power system. There's a reason Haki was added, and honestly, even then, even with both of them. Like, to me, if you want something, if you want a soft power system that is actually appealing, you have to make the things the characters do so incredibly out there that each character's specific ability is worth thinking about. And that's why JoJo is so good. Like, stands are not at all something that is, like, really regulated by rules or overarching balance or anything like that. But stand fights are still incredibly interesting because what the stands do is so out there. I like curse techniques. I don't. I'm gonna be honest. I think that curse techniques is one of the worst power systems in recent shonen whatever. It's just, I can do magic because my eye blew. Ooh, I will create and destroy at the same time, and it will purple. Woohoo! Domain expansion! Haha, you are now consumed, and I will do things to you. What the fuck are you yapping about, man? I mean, the way they use their techniques to fight. I mean, okay, I'm not caught up to the manga. I just have the anime, but I've only seen what's in the anime. But really, the way they use their, the only character that has an actually interesting technique is, what's her name? Nobara? Yeah, that's her name. Is Nobara. That's the only character that actually has... Well, okay, Todo as well, that's fair. But in practice, Todo is just, yes, we will punch each other. Todo would be fun if it was paired with other powers that aren't just punching people. So it's like it's Nobara, and then to a certain extent Toto, and that's it. Everyone else is like such an incredibly boring power. Gojo is just haha. I go boo. Nanami is like haha. Ruler go boo. Some of the minor characters have like somewhat like the fucking director with the electric guitar seems like a cool power, but like gets 30 seconds of screen time. Toji? Oh, the guy that's just strong? Like, his whole thing is just, he's strong? He's strong and fast. I didn't remember his name because it wasn't worth remembering. Look at the redeem. We already have a quest, Jeff. What are you fucking doing? Toji is Dio. Dio is not a good antagonist. Alright, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Dio's best parts are the parts where Dio is not the main antagonist. Dio's interesting in part 6, kinda. But like, not interesting when he's the main antagonist. Which Dio are we talking about? All of them. Although I will say part 1 Dio is a lot better than part 3 Dio. Part 3 Dio is just so fucking boring. Part 7 Dio is cool. That's very possible. I'm not caught up. Reagan Tama, I haven't watched it. I watched the first few episodes, but I can't get into it. Part 1 Dio is so dogshit, he's mean for zero reason whatsoever. I mean, it's not zero reason whatsoever. It's a bad reason when it comes to, like, judging him as, like, are his actions justified? But that doesn't mean there isn't a reason. He's a mean little piece of shit because he was abused, and he internalized that as just how you treat people. When in doubt, blame everything on Dio's father. True! Have you watched Noragami? I watched it a long time ago. I tried to rewatch it recently, but I thought it was a really boring start, so I dropped it. But I did watch it when it first came out. I'll be right back, John. Hello, chat. No pre-release today? You are wrong. There will be a pre-release today. No meta roundup today? That is true. Did you watch Milani trailer? There's a Milani trailer? I have not watched it, no. I don't know if I'll watch it today. Teaser? I see. Let me check something real quick. Just one stop, just one away. You checked my minus 15k? Why not already? Buh flip. I'm not adding buh flip. Oh yeah, I need to do the web event, don't I? For the weapons. Where is it? Is it this? Enter. Cheer now. Cheer +3. Is that it? Talk. Okay, business. Alright, I think it's time. Before we actually get started on the pre-release, we'll do a weapon calc. Because it would be a bad idea not to. Open file location, weapon sheets. Gonna be a little bit annoying, isn't it? Well, whatever. File, save as, weapon sheets, new folder, KINICH 1. Okay. So. When did he start saving sheets? I always save the weapon calcs. Alright, base attack, 332, base HP, 12,858, base defense, 802, ascension stat, crit damage, claymore, stats, substats, stats, normal, yep, sure, set bonus, we're gonna have 40% and 15 damage percent. No external buffs yet. Gonna have at least 5 rolls in crit rate. Alright, good baseline. Let's do motion value. These work as skill damage, right? How many do we do? 3? 4? I forgot how many you can do. Is it 3 or 4? 4? Can you reliably get 4? I think if I remember correctly, you can get 4 as long as you go the right direction and the enemy's always burning. But otherwise, it's probably going to be 3. How many? Probably 2 per, right? Do you get 1 loop shot times 2? Or do you get 2 loop shot times 2? Because I know it's a total of 8, but I don't know if it's 8 hits or 8 triggers and 16 hits. I think it's a total of 8 triggers, so 16 hits. If I remember correctly. So 8 times 16 times 97.4 plus 4 times 1168.8. Now, the question is, are we using our ult? The answer is, I don't think it matters very much. Showcase? I'll take a look at it real quick. Wow, this person fucking sucks. Jesus Christ. This is an awful showcase. What the hell? Bro, they wait so long after getting their thing to shoot it. It's insane. Alright. Get back to this. I think for now, I won't use ult. The main thing is that ult is like, in short rotations, a DPS loss, and long rotations, a slight DPS gain. Overall, it's not really worth building ER for. So I don't really care for it. I don't think I'll include it. You got his passive? I did not. I forgot. It's just +1 on this. Plus 320. Right? Okay. Alright. Let's take a look at our claymores. Okay. What team do I want to look at for him at first? Probably Benedea. Benedea immediately is probably the most default team. So, KINICH, Bennett, Dea, Emily. Not Bennett Changling. The resistance to interruption from Dea and defensive utility is kind of useful. And in a team like this, Dea's or Shangling's optimal set would be Deepwood. And if you're going to be having Shangling on Deepwood in a team that doesn't swirl or vape, her personal damage isn't that high, which means that going to Dea instead of her isn't really much of a loss. And then on top of that, Dea allows for shorter rotations than Shangling does. So yeah, you're kind of just better off going for Deepwood Dea. Melee Deepwood is fine. Yeah, but like, sure, you can have Emily on Deepwood, but then she's doing less damage. When you look at the overall team DPS that you can expect, it's very similar DPS to run Deepwood Shangling and Deepwood Emily. Shangling deals more? No. Shangling without VV, without any external buffs other than Bennett, without Vape, does not actually do that much personal damage. Even in teams where you Omega buff her, you're still reliant on the rest of your team's damage for the team to be good. Right? International without Child's damage is not a good team. Sugar's National without Sing So's damage is not a good team. Channeling is a very good unit, but it's also important to recognize what she can and what she can't do. And without receiving any buffs, her personal damage is not that big. Let me check something real quick. Someone sent me a sheet with a lot of KINICH calcs. I don't need the whole calcs actually, I just need the master sheet. What? Is that the wrong link? Am I an idiot? There it is. God. Check something real quick. What's the cooldown on this again? Is it? It's 20. Yeah. You do need sack for shorter rotations. Oh. But I guess you don't have other good options, so it doesn't really matter. Let me... Thank you for the prime, Spenny. 5 for KINICH Q every rotation, definitely not worth it. Do I really have to build Daya to play KINICH? Not at all, but it's one of your options. Yeah, I'm double checking something right now with other people's calcs. It does seem like the most reliable overall core for his team is just going to be Bennett, Emily, Flex. With the last slot just being anything that works as a form of defensive utility or offensive utility or just whatever. Anything that's just there. And you can just slap them on Deepwood and be chillin'. But it's not going to be his only good teams. It's going to be the main core. But yeah, like, from what I'm seeing out of these numbers, it does seem like, as a general rule, you're either gonna want... Either gonna want Bennett Emily or Bennett Farina. Why is there an arrow on your Farina? Because she's currently in the Imaginarium Theater rotation, so she gets 20% or 10%, whatever, increased attack, HP, and defense. Outside of Bennett teams, it does seem like you still have some options. But they do tend to be weaker. With maybe the one exception being Hyperbloom, where he's just a fine choice. Sympathy. Who do I play him with if I want to play Farina with KINICH? I think ideally you're going to add Bennett and a last slot that's like defensive utility plus Deepwood. So Daya, Zhongli, Toma. What else would work well? It doesn't have to be defensive utility necessarily, but yeah, Baiju, Kachina, Albedo, Chiori. He moves a lot, staying in Bennett Circle will not be cool. It's a lot easier than you think. But that is still a consideration. I agree. Like, I think his best teams are generally going to be Bennett teams, and if you're looking at non-Bennett teams that are good, they're a lot more limited. You can try to do quick burn stuff. It's gonna work. But anyways. For now, I'll be looking at just this one. You have burning uptime on solo power Bennett with Farina. You have enough. Yeah. You will lose a little bit of sense from Emily if you're playing her as the last slot. But that's alright. Anyways, so, we don't really need this. But I guess we can include... Is this gonna count? If it's consistent with Raiden wording, it won't count. If it's consistent... Okay, it probably won't. I'm gonna assume it won't for now. Right, external buffs. Minus 20. %, from Bennett, 25% from Power Resonance. Flat attack 1,000 from Bennett. Alright, makes a lot more sense. On Forge, R1. Sure, yeah. Wolf's Gravestone. R1. Sure. Serpent Spine, 5 stacks, R1. Best weapon so far, makes sense. Serpent Spine, 5 stacks, R5. Best weapon so far, makes sense. Blacklift Slasher. Can we do 1 stack? I feel like it's gonna be hard, but we might as well include it. Okay, Fav, no. Archaic, no. Rain Slasher, no. The Bell, no. Lithic Blades. Okay. Now for these. Don't even know if I have any of them. We're gonna have to add a lot. Beacon of the Red Sea. The trigger condition for it again. Okay, this is easy. Second one, not so much. Let's say 24% average. Do I not have burning damage? Ideally, you're not close enough to the enemy to take that burning damage. It'll happen sometimes, but not all the time. Maybe 24 is a bit conservative, though. We can do 30. Sure. Red Horn, I don't think I have. No, I do have. I mean, this doesn't matter. I have to make sure these aren't a problem. Yeah. Just a stat stick that has no effect isn't that good. Verdict is just also a stat stick, but it does have an effect, so it might be a bit better. Verdict R1. Oops. $674, 20% attack, and 2.1% crit. Verdict would be a pretty good weapon if you're playing in a team that has a Geo character, huh? Funny. Okay. Fang of the Mountain King. Fang of the Mountain King R1. $741. Yeah, whatever. 60 damage percent. Element E percent, 60. And then 11% crit rate. Okay. Then I guess I can look at Talking Stick. What a dumb name for a weapon, man. Talking Stick R1. $565 base. 16% attack. 18.4 crit rate. It's not worth mentioning. I mean, this is the only one that really matters, honestly. So, Earth, Shaker, R1, 565, 27.6. Mental skill percent, 16. And then R5, with this being 32, right? Yeah. Okay. Percentage of Earth, Shaker, R5. Okay. Is this real? I guess it is. Huh. That's funny. Classic Wolves Gravestone, yeah. Do I have Serpent's Mind? No stacks. I can add it if you want. Realistically, you're not gonna have 0 stacks though. You're likely to be 3 stacks R1 and 3 stacks R5. 3 stacks R1 is 18%. And 3 stacks R5 is 30%, I think. I can add 3 stacks R1 and 3 stacks R5. There we go. Are there 2 Earthshaker R1s? Are there? I only see 1. This is Talking Stick, not Earthshaker. It looks like... Oh, I guess when there's chat over it, it looks like the same, because it's the same length. But it's different word. How common is it to be at 5 stacks for Serpent's Mine? Depends on how patient you are. For me, not that common, honestly. If you're willing to wait at the start, though, it's fine. What does the damage number represent? This is damage per rotation with a specific rotation. Or no, sorry, damage per second. Not damage per rotation. 40 DPR would be awful. I'm sorry. Is it an 18-second rotation? This is 20 for now. Although, I haven't added the ult. The thing is, if you use the ult, you probably lose Bennett uptime on the last E. I don't know if I want to. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Hold before Bennett. Yeah, you can always do that, but in an 18-second rotation, that doesn't work. Anyways, I guess the Hard Pride doesn't need to be included. The rest is nice to have, though. Okay. So, let me check if that lines up with the weapon calcs of other people. Yeah. Yeah. Assumes 3 stacks average for... Yeah. Slight assumption differences, but very close. Very close results. Alright. Okay, I think we're ready, chat. It's time to say hi to YouTube. Let's put a stream marker down. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome! Hi! To the KINICH pre-release analysis! I am pretty excited for this one, because KINICH honestly looks like a very fun character to play. So let's just get right into it. First, we have our base stats. So base HP, 12,858. Base defense, 802. As usual, it doesn't really matter what the base attack is, because a character could have lower base attack and higher scaling, or higher base attack and lower scalings. The attack by itself doesn't mean anything. And I just look at the actual damage numbers at the end. So the base attack isn't really relevant. But the base HP and the base defense are, because that's your defensive stats. It's not what your damage scales off of. And when it comes to defensive stats, he's pretty normal. He doesn't have outstanding HP, but he does have pretty high base defense. As we're going to see, he is a non-fielder. So, he's not particularly tanky, but he's not squishy for on-fielders. He is a Claymore character. Claymore characters often tend to be a little bit more tanky than others, and he's pretty average for the defensive stats of a Claymore character. And then his Ascension is crit damage. Now, the fact that this is crit damage is pretty important. So for those of you that have watched the most recent pre-release, which was the Molani one, we talked about how Molani's Ascension stat being crit rate paired with how easy it is for her to obtain crit rate because of her kit and her build can, in some situations, make it really difficult to get a reasonable crit ratio because you overcap on crit rate too easily. The fact that KINICH's Ascension stat is crit damage instead of crit rate makes this infinitely easier. When it comes to Molani, if you were running a crit rate weapon, you were basically already starting at 100 crit rate. Whereas with KINICH, that's not the case. So it's a lot easier not to overcap on crit. It's still possible, so it's still something to keep in mind. Crit damage rolls will still tend to be slightly better than crit rate rolls, but a lot easier to avoid. So, let's look at what he does. We're going to skip the normal attacks. He does have a nice, cool, interesting mid-air attack thing, but that doesn't really matter in combat. So there's not much of a reason to look at it too much. Let's talk about his skill. So KINICH uses his big game hunting skills to either move swiftly or attack his opponent. When there is an opponent or object that can be attacked nearby, he will attach a grappling hook to the target and enter Night Soul Blessing with 0 Night Soul points. If neither is nearby, he fires a grappling hook forward and swings in midair, and this skill's cooldown is decreased by 60%. Can be held. When held, he can aim the grappling hook. So, he can use this out of combat as a way to grapple himself forward. But that's not what we're going to be talking about for the pre-release, because obviously we're more interested in the combat. So, in combat, he grapples to an enemy, and then he starts spinning around them. You can choose the direction you spin, and you can change the direction you're spinning whenever, but you will have to spin. We've covered how Night Soul mechanics work a little bit in the Molani pre-release, but I understand that not everyone is going to be watching both videos, so as a very quick recap, there's a few mechanics that are called Night Soul something when it comes to Natlan characters. You don't need to pay too much attention to the names. For now, all you have to keep in mind is that when he uses his skill, he enters a special state. And he starts with 0 points. Now, as we're going to see, he has a lot of ways to gain points while he's in that state. And once he has 20 points, he can do an enhanced attack. So the core gameplay loop during his uptime is you grapple onto something, you spin around the enemy while attacking it, and try to gather nice little points as quickly as possible. And once you have 20, you do your big cannon shot, which does a lot of damage. And then you repeat. So, how does he gain points? KINICH's Night Soul Blessing lasts 10 seconds and generates 2 Night Soul points every second. In this state, KINICH will hook onto a nearby opponent and perform a variable attack. When using a normal attack, KINICH will fire loop shots as he loops around the grapple target based on his current movement direction, dealing Night Soul aligned dendro damage and generating 3 Night Soul points. Loop shot damage is considered elemental skill damage. This is a lot of words that effectively means while he's spinning, he can do pew-pew normal attacks. And when he does, he generates 3 points. When Night Soul points are at max, he can use Elemental Scale Spiker Cannon. Consume all Night Soul points to deal Night Soul aligned dendro damage. When it's held, he can aim the shot. After firing the cannon, KINICH will try to grapple to its target. So again, a lot of words to say. Once your points are full, you can do a big pew. Or a big bam. So he does pew pew, pew pew, pew pew, bang. And then he repeats. While in Night Soul Blessing, after grappling an opponent or firing a Scale Spiker Cannon, a blind spot will be generated next to the opponent. Editors are going to help a lot with this. But for those of you that are watching on stream, I might as well give you a visual representation. Right, so you, KINICH, are here. The enemy is here. You grapple towards them and then you start spinning around. The blind spots are going to be something like this that gets generated every time you grapple onto an enemy. And when you enter the zone, you generate points. In other words, while you're spinning around the enemy, you have a minigame that's where your objective is to enter the triangle. Or the I don't know what it's called in English. Sorry, English is my second language, and geometry stuff, name is hard. An arc. You want to enter the arc, the sector. Yes, sector. You want to enter the sector. That gets highlighted. And when you do, you gain points, right? So going to the sector that gets highlighted gets you to fire off your big bang a little bit faster. And now we're going to quickly read his Ascension 1 passive, because it's also related to Night Soul points. When in Night Soul's Blessing, opponents hit by KINICH's elemental skill will enter the Desolation state, and when affected by Burning or Burgeon, they will restore 7 Night Soul points to him. Night Soul points can be gained this way once every 0.8 seconds. The Desolation state will persist until this instance of KINICH's Night Soul Blessing state ends. In other words, if the enemy you're currently attacking gets hit by either Burning or Burgeon damage, he generates 7 points up to once every 0.8 seconds. So, to recap, You have 4 ways of gaining Night Soul points. First way, time passing. 2 per second. Second way, normal attacking. Or, rather, pew-pews. 3 per pew-pew. Third way, sector minigame. 4. And fourth and last way, burning / virgin. 7 per proc. In practice, the way this is gonna look is in teams that trigger burning or burgeon very quickly, very reliably, you will do your sector minigame and generally be able to get a bang after 2, maybe 3 pew-pews. Up to a total of about 4 big bangs. When you're playing teams that do not have burning or burgeon, it's going to be 2 to 3 instead of 3 to 4. The exact amount that you will get is going to depend on your team. For now, and for the rest of this pre-release, I want you to assume that unless otherwise specified, any Burgeon or Burning team is getting 4 bangs, and any non-Burning team is getting 3. If there's something else, or if it's different from that, I'll try to mention it. At the end of the day, we're relying on leaker gameplay and footage for these assumptions, and leaker gameplay and footage has a bit of a reputation for being a little scuffed. So take it with a grain of salt, right? Do be careful not to trust it too much. But yeah, these are the assumptions I'm using, and I want to make those clear. So, looking at the numbers on this, right? Every pew-pew is 200 motion value at level 9. And every bang is 1200. These numbers are actually pretty good. However, let's talk about his burst. His burst, 18-second cooldown, 70 energy cost. Unleashes the power of a jaw. I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce that, I'm sorry. The Almighty Dragon Lord on a limited, conditional, restricted, contractual, partial, temporary basis, dealing Night Soul aligned AoE Dendro damage. A jaw will unleash his Dragon Breath at intervals, dealing Night Soul aligned AoE Dendro damage. So, as you may have noticed, this is AoE Dendro damage, this is not. While this is good damage, it is pretty restricted to single target. His performance in AoE is going to be pretty ass. Technically, even things that don't say AoE Dendro damage have a little bit of AoE, but the AoE is not very large. AoE on the ult is a bit better. However, the numbers on it are a lot lower. How many hits is it again? I forgot. I gotta double check. Might as well look at some footage, actually. Kanenshaw has some AoE, yeah, but it's not very good AoE. Like, it's not AoE damage. There is some AoE to it, but it's not AoE damage. It's AoE in the same way that, like, Guoba is AoE. And even then. Looks like 7. Let me check this sheet. Do I have to pull Emily if I want to play KINICH? No, but we'll talk about that more in detail when we get to the teams. Okay, it looks like 6 plus initial hit, which makes sense. Okay. Anyways, let's keep going. But yeah, so his ult gets a total of, from what I understand, 6 hits from the laser plus the initial hit. Might be 7. I'm not entirely sure, but I believe it's 6, which is a total of 1200 motion value plus the 200, so a little bit over that. But to put this into perspective, that's what one cannon hit does, and he can get up to 4 of these. Which means that, all things considered, his ult is a pretty small portion of his damage. And overall, is just not particularly good. Finally, when a nearby party member triggers a Knight's Ult burst, KINICH will gain 1 stack of Hunter's experience up to 2 stacks. When he uses the bang, when he uses the cannon hit, all stacks will be consumed, and he will the damage will be increased by 320% of his attack for each stack. Most of the time, what this means is once per rotation, you get 320% more motion value. It's fine. Not a big deal. So, effectively what this means is that like a very large majority of his damage comes from his skill. A bit of damage from the ult. However, the ult animation is relatively long, and what you're gonna see is that his ult is very much one of those ults that's kind of just there, where you can use it if you want, but it doesn't feel like you're missing out if you don't. I believe this is an ult that is definitely not worth building ER for in teams where you would need high ER to cast it every rotation. I think you feel completely fine skipping it. I think you're still better off using it than skipping it if you can, but it's really not that important. His ult also extends his Night Soul Blessing duration by 1.7 seconds, which is about the animation time of the ult, which means you can cast your ult in the middle of your skill, and it's not going to feel completely awful. Which is a nice little quality of life thing that I wish more characters had, but that doesn't matter too much. But yeah, so all in all, this is a character that pretty much does all of his damage from his skill, with a little bit coming from his ult. Let's... Okay. But yeah, so his bang, his cannon, is a sphere with a radius of 3, which is not that bad in terms of AoE. But you can't aim it too well. You can hold, but if you hold, it means that you're losing time. And you're already relatively tight if you want to try to get 4. So I don't think holding is going to be realistic. And then his pew-pews are the same AoE as Hyper Balloon, so pretty much none. But yeah, what I've said about the ult, I do want to add. During this time, he can, like during the burst animation, he can still gain Night Soul points from either his passive or the skill itself, which means that it helps make it easier to get 4. Again, before I test him, it's hard to tell how tight the timing is going to be for everything. But it should help at the very least. Yeah. Next up, very quickly, we can go over his constellations. After KINICH lands from his midair swing, which happens in exploration when you use your skill, his movement speed will be increased by 30%, which is completely worthless in combat. Additionally, scale spiker cannon, so your bang, crit damage is increased by 100%, which is a decent amount of stats. It's a fine C1. 100 CV, we take those. It's not on all of his damage, but it's on a pretty big chunk of it. C2. When KINICH's elemental skill hits an opponent, it will decrease their Dendro-Res by 30% for 6 seconds. Additionally, the first bang cannon that KINICH fires after entering Night Soul Blessing has increased AoE, and its damage is increased by 100%. Also, pretty good constellation. Just the resistance effect is already pretty good. But then on top of that, you get better AoE and more front-loaded, which is also quite nice. C3 is skill damage, which is good. Most of his damage comes from his skill, and it does scale directly with his skill talent, unlike a lot of recent characters. I guess not a lot of recent characters, but yeah. C4, when in Night Soul's Blessing, KINICH will restore 5 energy after using his loop shots or after unleashing the Scale Spiker Cannon. Energy can be regenerated this way once every 2.8 seconds. Additionally, his ult deals 70% more damage. Also, kind of nice. I will say, though, this one's not that big of a deal because you already get a good amount of front-loaded damage and a lot more damage into your skill from the first 3 constellations, which makes it so that the ult itself becomes a lot less relevant. but it's still good. C5 is alt talent levels, which are okay, but not great. And then C6, after a Scale Spiker Cannon hits an opponent, it will bounce between opponents once, dealing 700% of his attack as Dendro damage. If it triggers the buff, a passive talent, Flame Spirit Pact, which I believe is the second one, yeah. So either if you cast it when you add a stack of his Ascension 4, or if you cast it, if it's the first one you do after entering your Night's Old Blessing from the C2, the bounce will also get the... Okay, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So this makes it so that his skill bounces, and if it has an enhanced effect from either his Ascension 4 or his C2, that effect is also applied to the bounces. Overall, these are, I think, pretty average constellations when it comes to recent constellations, which means better than average if you look at all of the constellations that have ever been released. But I think that compared to other recent characters, they're very much in line with what you'd expect. But yeah. So now, let's get into the real meat and potatoes of it all, which is what we do on every single pre-release. We cover the weapons, the artifact sets, artifact stats, and teams. So, there's not actually that many weapons to talk about. Right, we need to cover, obviously, his signature, Fang of the Mountain King. We want to cover the stat sticks, so Verdict, Bacon, Beacon of the Red Sea, Red Horn, Unforged, Wolves. And then for 4-star weapons, obviously the usual suspects. We've got Serpent Spine. We have a new craftable weapon for him, Earth Shaker. It's kind of it for the 4 stars, though. So let's actually start by talking about Earthshaker. Earthshaker is high base attack, attack percent substat, and gives skill damage percent when you trigger a pyro-related reaction, like Burning or Burgeon, which in KINICH's teams happens very, very easily. And so effectively at R5, it's also 32 damage percent on his main source of damage. As it turns out, that's a pretty damn good effect with a pretty good stat line, which kind of makes it so that almost every other 4-star weapon is just not really worth thinking about. If you don't have it at high refine, which is obviously very possible because new craftable weapon, you might not have the prototypes for it yet. Other weapons start becoming viable alternatives, like Blacklift Slasher, the Melusine sword, which is fine, but his lack of real reliance on his burst means that all the weapons that give ER are not that good. And the fact that there is an event that guarantees you a free Earthshaker R1 without having to use a prototype for it, which, by the way, remember to go do the event. I don't know up until I'm not sure if you can get the rewards from it without doing the event, but it's the Web event, off we go to the Nation of Pyro. Literally all you have to do, click on the event, and click on the button. You'll count as having participated. I'm not entirely sure if you need to. You can also, if you want to scroll to the bottom, get a 40 primos out of it. But anyways, if you're planning on using Earthshaker on KINICH, don't forget to do that. That'll save you a prototype. But yeah, Earthshaker is best free-to-play option. And outside of outside of low refined Earthshaker, the other 4-star weapons aren't really worth a consideration, with the exception of Serpent Spine. However, there are things to say about Serpent Spine that could potentially make it worse on him than on other characters. If you're playing a team that doesn't have a shield, very often you're gonna... Wait, actually, am I an idiot? I need to double check something. I just need to double check. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Also, 1 day left on this. Or sorry, 1 hour left on this. Easy clap, all planned. Oh my god, I can't enter his hitbox. In game, man. It applied Dendro to itself? That doesn't matter. It was burning, but it was not hitting me, which is just a matter of hitboxes. It doesn't matter if it was applying Dendro to itself or not.
You are not welcome here. Let's end this now. Is that all you've got?
Okay, I did lose my stack out of it. Alright, cool. That's all I wanted to double check. Okay. But yeah, so... keep in mind that you can lose your Serpent Spine stacks from self-damage from burning. It generally won't happen too much in AoE because you're inherently spinning around the enemy. Or sorry, in single target. But if you're in AoE, you're pretty likely to enter the hitbox of enemies that are around. I think generally it's going to be relatively easy to avoid, but it is still something that's worth keeping in mind. With Serpent Spine, you will get a little bit less stacks with KINICH than you would on other characters because of that burning. When you have stacks on it, Serpent Spine is his best free-to-play or his best 4-star option. At full stacks, R5 it's just his second best weapon overall after his signature. But obviously, the amount of stacks that you have and your refine are going to matter a lot. If you're not willing to wait for your stacks before you start, or if you lose stacks because of burning, Serpent Spine's performance is going to dip. I'd say that the average performance of a high refined Serpent Spine is good enough to justify playing it over Earthshaker, but a low refined Serpent Spine is probably pretty similar to an R5 Earthshaker. I would still say that this is the best 4-star option, but keep that in mind and choose your weapon with care. Next up, you have Wolves and Unforged, which are honestly pretty bad 5-star stat sticks. It's not even that they're that bad. It's just that you're going to get pretty saturated on attack. And Earthshaker has a very good passive. So it's relatively lower base stat line isn't actually that big of a problem because the passive is better. And you're going to see situations where Unforged, Wolves, and Earthshaker all perform around the same level, with each potentially being better depending on the situation. If you have a shield on your team, Unforged will be the best of the three. If you don't have a lot of external attack buffs and you can proc Wolves passive, Wolves will be the best of the three. If you have a lot of external attack buffs, no shield, Earthshaker should generally be the best of the three. But for a 5-star stat stick, obviously they're not very good. If you already have them, not really worth leveling Earthshaker, because the performance will be very similar. But if you see them on banner, they're not something to be excited about. So, Cope, 5-star stat stick. Next up, we have Verdict and Redhorn, which are decent 5-star stat sticks. Both of them are pretty much always better than Earthshaker, but not by that big of a margin. So you're still not too happy to see them on a banner. Bacon, Beacon of the Red Sea, or the Reed Sea, whatever, is a good stat stick. Well, solid, good, whatever. Good 5-star stat stick. But, again, its difference, it is, like, above Redhorn and Verdict, again, because, just like Serpent Spine, you are relatively likely to encounter situations where you end up damaging yourself with burning, but with Beacon of the Red Sea, that's an upside, not a downside. Which makes it a pretty good stat stick. Even without proccing that effect, it's still a fine stat stick that's around the same level as Verdict and Redhorn. But if you do proc the effect, then it's just straight up better. But again, it's not that big of an upgrade from Earthshaker, so it's not something you're even too happy to see. And then finally, Fang of the Mountain King. This is best in slot. It's a signature weapon. When it comes to the comparison to other signature weapons, I'd say it's about as much of an upgrade from free-to-play option to signature. But obviously, the other alternatives can influence that a lot. So, for example, when you look at the upgrade from Prototype Amber to Nevillette's signature for him, it's a pretty big upgrade, but the Battle Pass weapon is, in a lot of situations, not much worse than the signature, and so the signature's value isn't necessarily as high. In KINICH's case, there's not really another weapon that's too exciting between his free-to-play and his signature. But the increase from the free-to-play to the signature is not is not incredibly high. It's pretty average. But yeah, and yeah, his signature pretty much just gives you 60% damage on your skill in burst, and that's it. That's pretty that's all there is to it. But yeah, if I'm ordering them from best to worst, we're gonna have, obviously, Fang of the Mountain King first, then Beacon, then Verdict and Redhorn, then probably Serpent Spine, then Unforged and Wolves and Earthshaker kind of all together. Yeah. Next up, artifact sets, and this one is very easy. If you've watched the Milani pre-release, you'll already know why, but the artifact sets they are releasing in 5.0 are very powerful. They're conditional to pretty much only be usable on Natlan characters, but they're very powerful. So the set you're gonna want is the Obsidian Codex. Obsidian Codex. Best in slot. It gives you 15% damage percent and 40% crit rate. It's a lot of stats. That's what you want. That being said, you're not going to be able to have an amazing set of this on day one because KINICH... Actually, unlike Milani, KINICH is getting released after this set, so it'll be a little bit easier. But you might still not have a good set by the time he comes out. So let's still quickly mention some of the other artifact sets. Thank you for the Prime. Obviously, if you're playing him in Burning teams, the Burning set is going to be alright. So, Unfinished Reverie. It's not as good as the Obsidian Codex, but it's still a fine option. Other than that, if you're playing him with Farina, you can obviously use Zajef77. Unlike Milani, KINICH's damage is not normal or charge attack damage, though, which means that Zajef77, even with Farina, is still meaningfully worse than Obsidian Codex. Obviously, it's fine for day one, but it's definitely it'll definitely be worth farming for Obsidian Codex, even if you are playing him with Farina. Outside of that, honestly, I don't even have too much to say. You probably just go for some weird two-piece bullshit and just accept it. He doesn't have a very good set outside of the signature. Yeah, four Golden Troop is fine. It's effectively a two-piece set. They're two-piece 20% skill damage, two-piece 25% skill damage. Four-piece Golden Troop, fine. Two-piece, fine. It's ever so slightly better than a two-piece, but it's pretty, yeah. Not something you're too happy. Deepwood, you can also go Deepwood, yeah. Alright. Next up, artifact stats. And I think in KINICH's case, it's pretty much always going to be attack, damage, crit. His ult isn't good enough to justify building a lot of ER. ER is fine on him, it's not a useless stat. But even if you don't use your ult, his skill does so much damage that you're better off running an attack sense than an ER sense. And he'll be pretty saturated on attack, so you pretty much always want a damage goblet. He doesn't have too many sources of damage percent. And you pretty much always want a crit circlet as well. So, attack damage crit pretty much always. And finally, we get into the real interesting part, which is the teams. So, KINICH's teams are hard to, like, properly define. I think I'll be separating it in Bennett, Emily, Bennett, Farina, Bennett, Flex, Burgeon, Emily, Flex, and Hyperblue. First, let's just very quickly discuss Bennett himself. Oh yeah, I guess I also... Oh. Burning load. Okay. Very quickly, let's talk about Bennett. Bennett does force you into a circle. However, in practice, if you position yourself properly, getting your damage with Bennett's buff isn't actually too difficult from what I've seen. It is a limitation, right? So, obviously, if you manage to have the same DPS as a non-Bennett team, or if you manage to have the same DPS as a Bennett team with a non-Bennett team, that's great. You're very happy with that. But there are not a lot of non-Bennett teams that keep up with the Bennett teams in terms of damage. So very often it's going to be worth working around Bennett's circle in order to get his buff. Keep in mind, Bennett's buff lingers for a couple seconds after you exit the circle. So even if you shoot while you're out of the circle, you can still, without too much of a problem, get your buff. But yeah. So, as a general rule, his like very base default team is going to be Bennett, Emily, Flex. That last Flex slot, let's work from Xiangling so that we can really understand why it doesn't have to be her, right? So if you are to use Xiangling in that last slot, the only buff you get for Xiangling is Bennett, right? You get Bennett, you get Power Resonance, you get Noblesse, sure. But you don't have swirls, and Xiangling isn't vaping. Because of that, the actual damage that Xiangling is doing is it's fine, but it's not outstanding. It's not enough to carry the team by itself. When you actually look at the team's damage distribution, what you'll notice is that because Deepwood is important to have, at least on someone on your team, because obviously you're playing KINICH, so you would very much want to be able to actually have your Dendro Res Shred. Putting Deepwood on Emilie versus putting the Burning Set on her, you actually lose more damage than if you were to put Deepwood on Xiangling. Okay, so let's think about with Xiangling. Well, if you have Xiangling on Deepwood and no external buffs outside of Bennett, her damage is even lower. On top of that, Xiangling is the only meaningful source of pyro damage in your team, which means that Xiangling's C6 and her C1, I think, the one that gives Boba Shred, don't really do anything for your team DPS. And what you're left with is an off-field damage dealer that isn't bad, but really doesn't stand out too much either. And you're playing a team with relatively poor defensive utility that is locked into 20-plus second rotations because of a unit that arguably contributes the least to the team's damage. Between KINICH, Bennett, Emilie, and Xiangling, Xiangling is the one that contributes the least to the team DPS. Bennett is the one that has the least DPS, but his buff is a lot more meaningful than Xiangling's damage. If you were to replace Xiangling with someone else, it would be possible to shorten your rotations. So, because of that, being able to shorten your rotation by sacrificing Xiangling for another defensive option that can also carry Deepwood, you will lose Xiangling's personal damage, but in exchange, you can potentially have shorter rotations and potentially more uptime, more Bennett uptime on your carry, because Xiangling's animations are a little bit longer than the average defensive option. And all of this to say, the team is about as good offensively in terms of DPS, if not better, when instead of using Xiangling, you use someone like Daya. Daya is also locking you into 20-second rotations. However, Daya herself, outside of the Deepwood, doesn't really need any specific gear, which means you can put her on sack, and as long as you proc it, shorten your rotations to less than 20 seconds. Anyways, I'm not saying you can't play Xiangling. Xiangling is still very much one of the good options. But what I am saying is that because what Xiangling is doing for the team is not something that KINICH's teams can take advantage of that much, right? You can't hyper buff Xiangling. You can't take advantage of her buffs to pyro carries. It makes it so that there are definitely other alternatives. Those other alternatives, mainly for like the team core of Bennett Emilie, are Daya, Toma, and maybe surprisingly for some of you guys, Albedo, Chiori, Kachina, the new upcoming Geo 4-star, which is pretty much Albedo but Cope. And honestly, the difference in team DPS between all of those last options is pretty small. So you can kind of use whichever one. Next, you have the Bennett Farina core, which I'd say is a little bit more restrictive than the Bennett Emily core. Farina's Hydro application is going to potentially screw with your burning up time without necessarily giving you enough burgeons to make up for that, which means that you're kind of better off as the last slot pretty much always using a pyro slot. Mainly Xiangling. Obviously, Farina being on the team instead of Emily means that you're getting more damage percent, which means that Xiangling's personal damage becomes a lot more significant. You can also, instead of Xiangling, still go for a defensive option. Like Daya, like Toma. They're still completely alright. But I would not recommend defensive options that are not Pyro. Or like last slots that are not Pyro. Next up, Bennett Flex. So if you're just doing KINICH Bennett actually works as a core in a very similar way to something like Hu Tao, Xing Tao, in the sense that you can put a 2-unit strong support core with them. So for example, you can do Albedo Chiori. You can do Kachina Chiori. Obviously, if you just think about it a bit, you could realize, oh, yeah, you can also just do, like, Amy or Farina as those slots, but we've already covered those enough. Outside of like pairs that use Farina or Emily, there are not too many 2-unit pairs that are that strong by themselves. You can do double Hydro, but eh. Wait, no, you can't, because I'm an idiot. You can't do double Hydro. I lied. Don't do double Hydro. Editors. Help. Wait. Next up, you have Burgeon. If you're doing Burgeon, you need a Burgeon trigger. So, Daya, Toma, Xiangling. You need a source of Hydro app. And then you need either another source of Pyro or a second source of Dendro. Generally, if you want to play Burgeon teams, I would recommend double Dendro. With a Hydro that applies a lot of Hydro like Xing Tao. I think that as a general rule, Burgeon teams are fine, but they are not the main teams you should be looking towards. Mainly, we just still don't have the best options when it comes to Pyro and Hydro options for Burgeon teams. I think KINICH is very likely to see some support when it comes to burning in later character, or when it comes to Burgeon, in later character releases, but I wouldn't expect too much on release. And I also want to, like, clarify, if you technically trigger Burgeon in a team that has Farina, that is not what I'm talking about when I'm talking about Burgeon, right? There's a reason why I had Bennett Farina as a category. Burgeon is, like, I'm mainly looking at teams that actually focus on triggering Burgeon, like, a decent amount. Okay. Yeah. Next, just Emily Flex. So we're entering teams without Bennett. Like Burgeon, Emily Flex is a little rough. I think at least Burgeon has the upside of Burgeon itself being AoE damage, which can make it a little bit less bad in AoE, because obviously AoE is going to be Kanich's weakness. Emily Flex teams don't really have that upside, and also don't tend to reach the same heights as the Emily Bennett teams. With the exception of Burning Load teams, which is teams that use Burning and Overload. Effectively, you're attempting to get a Quicken Aura and get that to be your burning fuel instead of just a Dendro Aura. Right, let me say that again, because I'm not sure if I said it right. You're attempting to get a Quicken Aura, and you're using that as your fuel for burning instead of a Dendro Aura, which can let you trigger Spread and Aggravate while the enemy is burning. The potential issue with that is that it can be hard to trigger your Quicken. You shouldn't expect too much Quicken uptime in these teams. But you'll still get a little bit of it. This is teams that are going to use something like Emily Fischl or Nahida Fischl, although Nahida Fischl is a lot worse than Emily Fischl. Fischl in general is not that great of a teammate for KINICH. There are some teams that are going to be fine, but mainly I'd say that Emily Fischl and then Flex for your burning proc is going to be the best one of them, and the rest are going to be a little underwhelming. And then finally, we have the thing that is sure to make both you and me angry and sad and frustrated and mad and yeah. Which is Hyper Bloom. Hyper Bloom is good with KINICH. Hyper Bloom is already a good 3-unit core, and KINICH's pew during his spin do not count as normal attack damage, but they do count as normal attack animations, which is the requirement in order to trigger Xingqiu and Yelan's coordinated attacks. On top of that, he applies Dendro, benefits from Deepwood being there, and deals pretty reasonable damage himself, even without too many external buffs, which just makes him a pretty good driver for Hyperbloom. He's not the best, he's not the worst, but Hyperbloom team is going to be one of his best teams, whether you do it with Xingqiu or with Yelan. Now, I haven't really mentioned his interruption resistance yet. He does get pretty decent resistance to interruption during his spin, but it is not perfect. So getting additional sources of defensive utility is still useful, but it's not necessary. But yeah, you can also play him in a Quick Bloom team. That also works. I don't really have too much to say. Yeah, you can play him in Quicken teams, but I haven't included them because I think they're overall just worse than the alternatives. However, just because they're worse than the alternatives doesn't mean they're bad. KINICH is overall somewhat strong. Oh, okay. KINICH is a fine carry overall, which means that even his suboptimal teams are going to be at least good enough to clear. I'd say that as a general rule, Bennett Emily is going to be POG. Bennett Farina is going to be POG. Bennett Flex is going to be POG. Virgin is going to be Dog. Going to be okay. Emily Flex is going to be okay. Hyperloom Flex is going to be POG. And Burning Load is going to be good. With POG, good, okay. But, yeah, that pretty much does it for this. I want to conclude. I'm doing an oral presentation right now where we're using interjections. Is that what they're called? I don't know. I want to conclude by quickly covering what I think his overall power level is going to be. He is, I think, a pretty ordinary character. He is not insane, and he's not horrible. I think when everything goes right in single target, he's definitely a pretty strong carry. But his inability to deal well with AoE scenarios make it so that he's not that great overall. I definitely wouldn't pick him over a character like Navia, even though when it comes to just single target output, he's definitely competitive, if not just better than her. He doesn't have the same front load ability, nor does he necessarily perform as well in AoE. Personally, I think he looks really fun to play. I think having interactive things to do during your rotations, like the circle minigame, is going to be just fun to do. So I'm looking forward to him quite a bit. But in terms of power, I think he's the sort of character that if you like him and you can put him in his good teams, he is going to be strong. But if you don't like him, you're not going to regret skipping him, which is generally the what I consider to be optimal balance. I don't want the character to feel like you have to get them, but I don't want to feel like shit about playing a character either. So I'm pretty happy with his balance. Looking forward to see how he actually turns out. Obviously, as usual, stay tuned for the first impressions and post-release analysis if you want actual confirmation of my thoughts, because everything is done with a bunch of assumptions when it comes to pre-release analysis, and before testing myself, it can be pretty rough. So keep that in mind. Make sure you subscribe, follow me on Twitch, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Alright, POG. We are done. And just like that, I think that's also going to be the end of the stream. I am going to be posting a video. The video on the 5-star selector has been posted as usual. You can find it through the algorithm, or through YouTube. It helps with the algorithm more. But if you're too lazy, here's the link. Thank you all for dropping by today. I had a really good time talking about anime before getting into the pre-release. And obviously it's hard not to look at the view count, but the view count was actually pretty steady, if not increasing, during Anime Yap, which makes me really happy because, I mean, part of why I've been streaming less, obviously there's the just fatigue from how little I've been sleeping and how poorly I've been sleeping, but it's also stress that I really don't know what to do on stream. Like, I stall and then I play for 20 minutes and then I'm done. So seeing actual interest in things that are not gameplay itself makes me really happy, and it helps calm me down a little bit, because, you know, streaming is a very fickle job. You're at the mercy of whether people want to watch you or not, and if people don't want to watch you, you can't make a living. So all of this to say, I'm very grateful that you guys stuck around for that and that you guys enjoyed. I think I'll try to do stalling that is a little bit more Yap-centric and a little bit less Hey, thank you for the $20, Thurindos. Cool. I'm gonna try to do stalling that's a little bit more Yap centric and a little bit less Wordle centric. So if you think of things that you'd be interested in knowing my thoughts about by tomorrow's stream, keep in mind that I very much welcome these questions at the start of the stream. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you guys will keep enjoying the stream. Again, here's a link for